Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. Sorry about the delay. We had some little issues happening in the back of house then, so I don't know what was going on there. But anyway, good morning and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. I know that some of you have come over from Brittany, so thank you very much for joining me. I really do appreciate you popping on over because I know it is getting late for some of you in the Northern Hemisphere. And also, sorry about starting a little bit later today as well. I am babysitting my granddaughter. I am in Brisbane and I've been driving my car. I've had one car break down on me and I've sent that home, and I brought my husband brought my WRX down here, and it's a manual, and there's about 400, and this is an exaggeration, but it feels like there's about 400 traffic lights between here and her school. And I was just getting super frustrated with all the drivers that there's a green light and they're all braking like a kilometre out. So by the time we get there, it's red. And yeah, so I'm changing gears, and my car is a sports car, and the ponies like to be released every now and again. And when the ponies are only getting to second or third gear between traffic lights, this is going to put strain on my clutch. It's going to put strain, and I don't want to wreck my car. I've just got it back after 7 years of being put in the shed because I didn't want the kids to wreck my car. And I didn't want to sell my car. So, so I thought, you know what? Public transport it is. The train station is just down the road. So I drove the car to the train station, got on the train. And this is a hot parenting tip for those out there. Like, I've lived in the city before. I grew up in Sydney, caught public transport everywhere, know that there's, more than one option when it comes to city living, right? So anyway, I listened to my daughter. If I had listened to my daughter, I wouldn't have got home until about 20 minutes ago. So I took it upon myself to get down to the train station at the normal time that she said. There was a train 15 minutes earlier, so I got that one, which then connected with a bus that got me to the school at the time that I would have been dropping her off with the car anyway, and then got me back. And then I went back and caught another bus, which was a different number, and got myself back to the train station that I need to get the train to come to where I am. Long story short, 2 hours, done it in. There and back in 2 hours with public transport and waiting. So don't listen to your daughter and your granddaughter when they tell you to catch certain buses, or you'll be traveling for like hours, because I was still leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning and I wasn't getting home. So it was going to be an extra 45 minutes, an extra hour. So on Monday, I won't be starting late because I know what to catch in the morning. In the afternoon, it doesn't matter because I can leave at a time and whatnot. So I'll be cutting the sprints a little bit shorter. This time I'll be finishing at 4 o'clock, just before 4 o'clock, so I can get down to the train station at 4:15, catch the train into the city to get her. And, well, it's not quite the city. It's about 15 minutes out of the city. But, yeah, so that's where we're at. I'm never listening to my daughter again. And it only took me a little while to, Mia was arguing the point with me this morning. It was all happening. And I'm like, you know what? I'm a big girl. I know what I can do. So she had no choice but to follow me because I had her access card. I'm like, come on, let's go. No. So it was a fun morning. She wasn't impressed, but the best part about it was I walked up and down a hill, and in total I walked nearly 1.5 kilometers. So that means by the end of today, I would have walked 3 kilometers, which is pretty good considering I went from nothing. There were hills. Am I I fit? Not so much. I was dripping in sweat by the time I got home, and it was just like, oh my God, what am I doing to myself? But I'm going to do that all next week because it's just going to save the wear and tear, and it's a lot cheaper as well on petrol, because right now petrol for my car, I have to have high octane petrol in my car, and I think it was $2.60 yesterday. I got a little bit cheaper because I've got an app on my phone and locked a price in at a particular service station. I got it a little bit cheaper, but if I didn't have that app, it was $2.60. I think I got it for $2.30. But still, that's a lot of money for fuel. So what is the plan today? Well, first of all, I'd like to say happy International Women's Day today. It's the 8th of March here in Australia. I know that it's still Thursday night for a lot of people, but International Women's Day. So to celebrate International Women's Day, I will be, after I read our part for Harry Potter, because we're doing a Harry Potter read along, I will be reading The Secret Art of Poisoning, a true crime, the true crimes of Martha Needle, the Richmond poisoner, which is a New South Wales place. I think it was in New South Wales is the story set. But very interesting this story is because she murdered her husband and her children. That's not so interesting, but that's very sad. But her lawyer was the same lawyer that Ned Kelly had. So yeah, it's by Samantha Batemans. But there's also another little interesting tidbit about this story, and this is what the cover looks like for anybody that is wanting to read it. It's only 193 pages, and it's a true crime. But her nephew, I think it was, also did almost the exact same crime, killed his wife and children, but he did something a little bit extra. Yeah, and so this author looks at why these two people did this, like almost the exact same crime. So I thought that would be very interesting to read on International Women's Day. Now, I am also reading the Stella list, the Women's Prize for Fiction list. So in the next 24 hours, I hope to read most of that, also finish off a book and make some more progress on the one that I'm reading with my eyeballs. So yeah, I have plans to read a lot of women's fiction. The one that I'm going to read from the Stella, which I will probably start tomorrow, is called, let me just find it. No, that is not what I wanted to do then, book. I hate it when you go into your Kindle and you touch it on your phone and it scoots you like 600 chapters in. So the one that I want to read is this one's only a short one as well. This only goes for a couple of hours on audio. So West Girls. This is off the Stella list, and the one I'm reading off the Women's Prize for Fiction is also a short one as well. And it is called, where is it? Oh, it's not on here. Did I not get it yet? Oh, there it is. Let me just bring that up. No, I didn't want to play it. Stop. The title details. I'm all over the place. So that is called, is it going to focus? It is called Ordinary Human Failings by Megan Nolan. So it only goes for 5 hours at normal speed. So it's only going to be a couple of hours. So they are the books that I plan to read today, all to do with the Women's Prize. Now, also something else too, I'm not sure if it is available everywhere, but if anybody is following the Stella, Englees by Melissa Lukashenko is free this month. It's included in your Audible editor's pick until the 3rd of the 4th, so till next month. So I'll be reading that soon as well. So that's what it looks like, Inglees. So yeah, so I got that one for free. This is set in Brisbane when First Nations people still outnumbered the colonialists. So it sounds like a very interesting book. So that will probably be one I'll try and read over the weekend as well, and just mix it up a little bit with the Stella Award. So it's award season. Love award season. So I have all these wonderful books. I started reading And She Fell Down by, who was that by? I cannot remember who that's by. Alicia someone. Of course, I just changed it. Let me just bring it back up into queue. Alicia Elliott. And this is written by an Indigenous Canadian, I want to say. And yeah, I'm up to chapter 2. I've started it. There's some interesting little bits and pieces in it so far. I'm just sort of getting comfortable with the story. I'm enjoying it so far. I really want to see where it goes. So that this particular book is also written by a woman as well. It was on the Women's Prize for Fiction, and it's called And Then She Fell Down. And I'm up to page 52 at the moment. So right now, where we went through the prologue where she was 13 and she had Pocahontas talking to her from the TV, warning her not to sleep with someone. And so, yeah, so there's a mental illness rep in here. I am thinking it's going to be along the lines of schizophrenia, but I'm not 100% sure at this point. We're just getting settled into it. So she's just, and now we're in the present day where she's married to her husband. He's at university. She's just had a baby, and she's she feels like that he's benefiting from her having a baby right now. So this is in the first chapter. There's which I've highlighted, the how a woman feels after they have a child. The man doesn't really understand the trauma that's our bodies have gone through and all that sort of stuff. And she's sort of thinking this to herself and trying, because she loves her husband and all the rest of it, but she's having these feelings. And yeah, it's very interesting because he's forgotten all the trauma that everybody that her body's gone through for the birth of their child, and he's like getting the pats on the back and all that sort of stuff because he's married and he's got a kid and all this sort of stuff. And she feels like someone that's just been put on display when they go out to dinner and stuff like that, because she's had this kid. So she's feeling very lost, and she's, looking out the window at all the young people walking past and wondering where they're going. And having children myself, I know that first 6 to 8 weeks of having a baby, you do not own your body, essentially. And so it's quite interesting to be reading something like this, and that's sort of the tone of the book at the moment. But as I said, I'm only up 52 pages in. It's a 376 page book. I'm trying to read anywhere from 50 to 100 pages a day so I can get it done in the first week. So I'm hoping that I can get it done, because it's got no audio or anything like that. And I am on a time crunch with the Women's Prize and whatnot, because I've got 5 weeks to read them. So I've got 3 to read this week, but I'm adding extra books in because it's International Women's Month, and it's Women's History Month actually, and today's International Women's Day. So yeah, lots of stuff, lots of exciting stuff happens in the month of March around women and whatnot. So if you haven't looked it up, go and look at everything up. If you're on your Google and you've got your browser down the bottom, usually they'll have something there in the search bar that will tell you to go and have a look at it. If you come up, I don't know what Google's got today, but generally they put something up for it. And so exciting stuff. You'll find some amazing stories out there. For sure. All right, let's have a look and see who's joining us today. I'll be reading Yona of the Dawn manga on volume 3, and so I'll let them burn the chapter books. Okay, there you go. Just gonna get stuck right into the manga. Re-listening to the audio and annotating, pucking around. Awesome. This is on my want to read list. Hello, Chris. How are you? I'm doing very well today, even though I've been up since like 3:15, I think I woke up, but I went to bed pretty early last night. I've had a good 7 hours sleep. I was exhausted after yesterday. Funny story, yesterday I went into town to meet up with my daughter. We went book shopping and all that sort of stuff. She took me to this fabulous little place for lunch and bought me lunch, which was great. And then coming home, caught the bus. I was going to walk across the bridge, catch a bus. Anyway, she said, oh, no, there's one around the corner. I'm like, sweet. So I went around the corner, caught the bus that I needed to get, heading out of town to go and pick up out of the city, and heading to pick up Mia. And we get to a bus stop and the bus is just sitting there. And I'm like, sitting here going, why is the bus just sitting here? And there was a bus in front of us. I didn't realize that we were in a bus lane. So here in Australia, we have bus lanes and bus tunnels and stuff like that, so the buses don't get caught in peak hour traffic, and it's just for buses. There's no other transport in there, just buses. And we have bus lanes that come off, like in the city, they come off the highway, so the flow of the traffic still goes. And on one-way streets and stuff like that, they'll have a bus lane and then we can turn into side streets and stuff like that. And there's a dirty big fence, so the bus can't get up over the little mound that might be there and get onto the road. And the bus in front of us broke down. So us and about 15 other buses that were in the bus lane got stuck. They couldn't get out because there's a big fence there to stop you from getting out. So I'm sitting on the bus. I had no idea, no sense of direction of where I was or anything like that. And then I rang my daughter and I'm like, listen, I'm on the bus. I'm heading to Mia. I'm going to have to get Connor to go and pick her up because I'm not going to make it. I don't have my car. I'm sitting on the bus and the bus is broken in front of us, is broken down, and we're stuck in a bus lane. And she's like, I'll get you an Uber. She goes, get off the bus and I'll get you an Uber. She goes, where are you? I'm like, I've got no idea. And then I started rattling off the buildings and all the rest of it. And I happened to be at the bus stop that she gets off and gets on near her work. So she got me an Uber and I was to Mia in time. And I'm like, I got home and I just went, oh my God, that was the most stressful thing, knowing that I had to be at a place on time to pick up a child. I mean, she was in after school care, but I said that I was going to be there at a particular time, and Mia has abandonment issues. So if you don't turn up, oh my God. Well, I don't know if she does it to her mother, but she does it to me if I don't turn up. And I was like so stressed. I walked in the door and I just sat down. Like, don't talk to me for 10 minutes. I need to just debrief for a moment. And then I get on public transport this morning and going, oh my God. I hope it all works. But I know for next time, I'll just get out, get an Uber. I'll know where I am. I'll just say, like, find a street, and yeah. And Dama Jane said tonight she'll help me set up the app on my phone so I don't get stuck. I mean, I was that close to the school. It only cost me, I think it only cost my daughter. She paid for it because I didn't have the app. I think she said it only cost her $15. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Hello, Purple Dragonfly. Thank you for joining from Brittany Sprints. Making a supper, then finishing the last 12 pages of Riding the Elephant. Awesome. I did see that you had only 12 pages. And yes, if it had have gone for an hour, you would have definitely finished for sure. Hello, Christina. Giving some hugs to the like button. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Hello, Paul. How are you? Neva's not here today. I should probably point that out. Neva's not here today. I have sent the link to Coda, but I think Coda's still at work. So maybe joining a bit later. I'm not 100% sure. Neva is in the middle of traveling to her new destination, but will be joining us on Sunday evening, Monday morning. So yeah, so it's just a little on me right now, but we definitely will all be back together once Neva has moved and settled in. I have checked in with her just a little while ago, and they had just stopped for dinner and we're back on the road again. So yeah. They're traveling well, and I think Neva said they should arrive to their destination about 10, 11 o'clock tonight, maybe. And once she gets there, settled Ari and all that sort of stuff, she'll probably pop into the comments and just say hi to everybody and whatnot. So yeah. Hello, Glenda. How are you? It is a wonderful day. Thank you. Hello, lovable reader. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. I'm reading Ashes to Ashes by Tammy Hogue. Is that how you pronounce it? Never got any reading done doing other stuff, so now it's time to relax and read. It sounds like a really good plan. Hey, Ro, how you going? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. I'll be reading The Great Hunt. Awesome. How are you liking Wheel of Time? Are you enjoying it? I hope you are. I hope everybody is enjoying it, because it is a big, big, big series to be reading, and only ho-hum about it and whatnot. So yeah. Hello, Books and Things with Alicia. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Hey, Tina, how you going? My morning has gone okay so far. So far, so good. So yeah. And even better now because I get to read. And I was going to do some crafting today, but I've decided that I'm not doing any crafting today. I am just going to spend the day reading and chilling out before my weekend gets really hectic. Hey, Linz, how you going? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Pages and Floss, Josie, thank you for joining. Reading Mona Lisa Vanishes, middle grade March. Awesome. Hello, Sadia. How are you? Thank you for joining. Hopping over from Brittany Sprints, we'll be reading Such Sharp Teeth, and I may change books. I actually am doing this as a buddy read with Coda, and Jean, I believe, is also doing it as well. So how are you liking it? Hello, Stargater. Thank you for joining. Jamie is also here. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Thank you for joining. And what are you reading today? Hi, Jean. How are you going? Finally feeling better but unmotivated at 40% of Omega's obsession. That always happens, though, after you've been sick for quite some time. You do get a little bit unmotivated because I think your body still just wants to relax. So not a bad thing that you're reading today and just taking some time. I love that Brittany does the redirect, so I never have to wonder who I'm going to sprint with next. That's awesome. Thank you for joining, Maria. I love that it's happening as well. We've just got all a little bit fancy. And, Tuesdays is also an excellent day as well, because we start with Leandra, then Brittany, then me. And Leandra was saying earlier that Crystal from Bond Book Reviews possibly could be going after me as well. So because we're in different states, and and we've tried to gel up our times and everything like that, but it hasn't worked out, kids and work and traveling and all that sort of stuff. So hopefully we can get that in, and you might end up with a full 24 hours of sprinting on each week. So that is exciting as well. So yeah, the new teleportation thing is a really good good system that we've got setting up. And when Brittany sent the message to me, I'm like, yeah, I'm down with that, but how do you do it? Because I had no idea. But yeah, it's great. I'm absolutely loving the whole thing. Hi, Star. Everybody's just saying hello. That's nice. I could read 2 or 3 chapters a day in the time I spend looking. It's very much so. What is Harry Potter goal for today? That is a very good question. Let me just have a look at this. So we are starting at chapter 24. The wind has just really picked up. I thought it was actually raining there for a moment. And we're going to the top of chapter 29. So yeah, so we've got they're quite big. That's still 100 pages, so they're quite big chapters. The next lot that's coming in, so I'm guessing there's a lot of information going to be in this. So yeah, so that is, we're starting at chapter 24 and going to the top of 29. Now, if you're behind, that's fine. You've got until Sunday to get up to where you need to. So you don't have to do it all today. If you've got other things to do, or you just want to read a couple of chapters and head off to bed, that's okay as well. If you don't really feel like reading Harry Potter today, that's also okay as well. But for all those that are doing the group read, that's where we're going to. Hello, Nicole. I'm reading Venture Below by Taylor Ann Wright. Awesome. I hope you're liking it. I have heard of this author. Why have I heard of this author? Maybe it's someone else I'm thinking of. I don't know. Hey there, working a bit late. Be there shortly. So glad it's Thursday. That's okay. That's fine. I think we talked about this, that we knew that Neva wasn't coming, and you were also back at work, so you were going to be popping in a bit late. So that's all good. I was expecting that anyway. Just pop on in when you're ready. Vox has got the link. If you can't find it, let me know, and I'll throw it on over. Hey, Sash Reads, how you going? How was your day? That's it. Is it Engalese? Yeah, by Melissa. I want to Google it. Yeah, because that last name, Lukashenko. Is that it? Lukashenko. I think that's it. Now that I look at it on the screen, I look at it on the book and my brain has like a conniption. I look at it on the screen and I can say it. So yeah, it is free. Well, here in Australia, it was the editor's pick. And I went through and had a look for the month of March. I went through and had a look, and I'm like, yes, please. Normally, you get that book for free, but maybe because it's on the Stella list, they're not letting you have it for free. And I'm not entirely sure how long the audiobook is. It is 10 hours and 21 minutes. So it's not an overly long book. You should be, if you want to listen to it. Australian author. As I said, it has it is one that I was interested in reading. But I was going to read it later. But when I seen it was up there, and funny enough, I was in Dymocks yesterday, and I could not find anything but this one from the Stella list. This was the only one that I could find in Dymocks, and Dymocks is one of the bigger bookstores, expensive bookstores, I might add as well. Because I went and got. I was going to go and get the Poppy War trilogy, and I was going to get Babel as well, because I'm getting them signed. I want to get them signed, but I couldn't justify the Poppy War because it was going to cost me nearly $100, and I'm like, yeah, no, I can't justify that. So I did grab Babel because it was on special. I got 20% off that one, and I ended up getting that for, I think, like $18 or something. So I've got that to get signed. I've got Yellowface to get signed. I just have to live with the fact that I won't have the Poppy War, unless, of course, my husband comes to my rescue and I can grab it on the weekend or something, but highly unlikely. So this one that is highlighted right now, Engalese by Melissa Lukashenko, I'm going to go with that because that sounds about right. It's set in Brisbane when First Nations people still outnumbered the colonialists. Award-winning Guri author Melissa Lukashenko tells the 2 extraordinary stories set 5 generations apart. So it is quite a large one, and yeah, it is She tortures the Queensland colonial myths while reimagining an Australian future. So it sounds really interesting. And it also says here that the audiobook comes with an accompanying PDF that will be available in your audio library along with the audio. So it sounds like it's got some maps maybe as well that will probably be in it, and some further details. So yeah, everybody just saying hello. Not the normal background I'm used to. Yeah, no. I'm at my daughter's place. I'm in Brisbane at the moment. So yeah. And I've been here for 2 weeks so far. This is my second Friday sprint here, and I'm here for another week. But unless this baby comes soon, I might be here for another week. But I don't think I can do it. So I might have to take Mia home with me, and she'll just have to miss some school. So I'm behind on everything except for reading. I'm going to be practicing some American Sign Language tonight, especially because this weekend I'm going to be forced to get some reading. Okay, cool. If men were the ones that had to give birth, the birth rate will drop by 95%. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's like when guys say, I can handle pain, and I'm like, yeah, no, you can't. And I used to love watching those videos where they put the labor, the belts on them that mimic labor and all that sort of stuff. And it's just like, they are so funny to watch. They start out like, oh, this is not so bad. And, like at the beginning, but then they go into like full blown labor. And I watched one guy, he's like, get it off. He couldn't deal with it at all. And his wife was like, the wives also like set this all up and all that. And they were willing participants. Like their wives told them that it's pretty bad. Are you sure you want to do it? And all this sort of stuff. And they were willing participants in this experiment. And I must admit that like one of them went through the entire process of labor and whatnot. And it was so funny. At the end of it, they handed him a doll. But he actually said that he, like, prior to that, he did not think it was that bad. And even though he was in the room with his wife, and he said that he had a newfound respect for women and what they put their bodies through and all the rest of it. And a lot of people don't see it as trauma, and that is even with just a normal birth, like that, what they class as normal is that's still traumatic on your body. Like women can go grey overnight. They can lose their hair because of the shock on the body. Like this is trauma. And then if you add in a traumatic birth into that, like something's gone wrong or your birthing plan hasn't gone to, what you wanted it to be and all that sort of stuff, that's trauma on top of already the natural trauma that you're going to go through. And so, yeah, so I'm really interested to see where this book goes that I'm reading. So, yeah. My current audiobook is The Words That Remain by Stenio Gardel. The top of the literary one. I don't know why you keep putting up these names that I can't pronounce. I swear you just do it to me. And Then She Fell by Alicia Elliott is the women's prize book Nicole just mentioned. That is correct. Thank you, Chris. Chris is my prize list guru in the comments. So yeah, if you've got any questions, sure enough, I am sure that Chris will answer it, and I really appreciate that help there, Chris, because it's a lot of work to do all the things that are happening. Apparently postpartum period is 8 years. Yes. My husband was great. Like he was very sympathetic. So much so that after I had, because we've got 2 kids together, my eldest are to a different father. So my 2 youngest, which is Savannah and Neralee, after I had Neralee, he was such a sweetie. Although I was a little bit miffed with him because I had her and then he went all green. And the midwife goes, "Are you okay? Do you need to go and have a shower?" And I'm like, I'm looking at the midwife going, "Hello." Anyway, but he was so, because a lot of people don't realize when a baby is born really fast, they sometimes come out looking a little bit purple and don't automatically breathe, like take a breath and all that sort of stuff. So he was going all shades of green and other lovely colors because he was concerned, because she hadn't cried, I was also concerned as well. And they said, look, it's all right. It's just because she's been born fast. So they just had to give her a little bit of help. And she was fine. She was perfectly fine. She had a score of 9 or whatever that score thing that they do. I can't even think what it is. I just want to get the hell out of Dodge after I've had a kid. And yeah, so a lot of people don't know that, and I didn't know that. And she was born really quick, so he basically said, "I can't do this again." And the midwife did a double take at him, and we're like, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, I can't go through this again. I just can't do it." And that I'm like, okay, because you did a lot. You sat there, and this is how our banter was going. But he was true to his word. He said, "I'm getting a vasectomy." He goes, "I am not going through this again, and I'm definitely not putting you through this again." He goes, "It is way too much for me to handle." I'm like, well, I'm glad that you did mention that you didn't want to put me through it again in that comment. But he did. He went and got a vasectomy. I did not have to jump up and down and all the rest of it. But I did actually tell him that it takes a long time to get over it and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, 8 years. It takes up to 5 years to get your body back. I mean, you can go at it insane and you can push yourself and all the rest of it, but that is not healthy for your mental health. It is not healthy for your body. It's not healthy for the trauma that you've just gone through. Doctors do not agree with women that start exercising within 4 weeks of having a baby, because you can actually do damage to your stomach lining, your pelvic floor, and all that sort of stuff. And a lot of women don't know that. And then they'll go and have another baby, and they have all sorts of problems with the tearing of their stomach lining, like the muscles that are here, and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, it's insane what your body goes through. So it'll be interesting to see where this book goes. I'm finding a bit of a migraine today, so I'm leaving you up for the chat later, but I'm going to lay down. That's okay. That's okay. I hope you feel better soon. I hope you've got some painkillers there to feel better. I'm working on what you are looking for in the library. Okay. Is in the library. Awesome. I hope that you feel better, Christina. Yes, I do too. Made it to my vacation destination, so my goal for the next week is to read all day. Awesome. Every day, all day. Public transport gives me major anxiety. Yeah, well, I went through the roof yesterday. I'm okay with it. Like I've done it once. I did it yesterday. I had all the things that could go wrong. I'm done. I was just a bit put off, and that's what I said to Dharma Jane, because Dharma Jane was on the phone. And she's like, "Mum, you're not normally like this. What's wrong?" And I'm like, "I just don't know where I am, because I wasn't watching where I was going. I knew where I had to go, but I was fluffing around with things and messaging people and stuff like that. And I had no sense of direction. Normally, I know where everything is. So, yeah. Me too, Star. I'll get distracted doing something else. I'd have 55 pages in sharp teeth, and not a fan so far. Okay. I'll try to read 100. Yep. That's fair enough. I'm the same. I go to 100 pages before I make a decision. Going to be immersive reading a Babel. I 100% agree with this. This is how you should do this book. Hey, how you going, Jess? Nice of you to be here. Thank you for joining. Taylor Ann Wright is a booktuber as well as an author. Awesome. That's probably why I've heard the name before. There you go. I didn't get a Kwong ticket in time. Oh, no. Let me just change a few things around. We went to the wrong one. Let me just go back to the right one. There we go. Hello, how are you? Oh, how was work today? I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you?
I was muted. My bad. Work was, it was work.
Yeah. That you're in time, because we're about to just go to a sprint. Yeah, the baby is exciting, Sash, but she's over in Western Australia, so she can't even come back she's got to wait till the baby's born, because she's the birthing partner. So yeah. Oh, and what have you been reading, Coda?
Well, I've really been struggling to read today. And for the past 2 days, I've had shoulder pain.
Oh, no.
And so it's just really hard to get comfortable. And then last night, in order to get comfortable, I drank a half a bottle of wine, so I passed out pretty quickly.
That'll do it every time.
So today I need to read my Harry Potter pages.
Yep.
And then I need to read my Little Life pages.
Mm-hmm. And what are you thinking so far?
I'm enjoying it so far as like writing, and I'm into the story. I think the characters are interesting, and I want to know more. So so far so good. We're still pretty early in like 20%.
What chapter are you up to?
Well, the chapters are weird in that one. So I'm up to page 148, so I'm a little bit behind yesterday's pages, but we're only going to like 187 today, so I only have like 40 pages to read, which will be in the middle of The Postman. So, and then I'm behind on Anne too, so I've got a lineup. We'll see how much I can get through tonight.
I finished Anne.
I figured you did. I really wanted to, and then last night I just could not concentrate on reading.
That's fair enough. When you're in pain, you usually can't, so that's fair enough. That is fair enough. All right, where were we up to? I always wonder about all these book prizes. If it's so hard to access most of the long list of books, the awards definitely don't affect the actual readership very well. Yeah, true. So the problem with the Women's Prize for Fiction one, these are books that were published in the UK, so they may not even be published in Australia yet. So there's that issue because sometimes they don't publish everything all at the same time. However, I was able to get most of the Stella when I went and had a look. Most of them were available on Kindle, and also I could get them in the physical. But the Stella Award, because I'm relatively new to it, it will be just books that I really enjoyed out of that list that I'll buy to put on my bookshelf. But then yesterday when we were at Dymocks, I was with Savannah, and I was really good actually because I got to meet her friend that lives in England that studied with her last year. She's come back for a month, and they're out and about today doing a secondhand bookshop crawl, and I got to meet her friend, which was really nice because she's over here from the UK. But yeah, a lot of the award books weren't in there. There was a few from like a lot of last year's and the year before were in there. Couldn't find Banded Queens. Asked a couple of people about some of them, and they looked at me with blank looks on their faces. So I had a bit of I just started smiling. I'm like, it's okay, don't stress yourself, it's fine. I just like, you go back to your little sci-fi section. But I did get a book yesterday that I'm super excited about. I got Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy, the whole series in a binder.
How many?
There's 7 in the series.
7? Oh wow.
Yeah, I got the whole thing in a bind up. So, and it was only $22. So I was pretty happy with that.
That's exciting. Now I have to get the last 4 after I'm done with my. Man, I'm getting a lot of reading to do, you guys. Yeah. We're going to the top of 29 today. Yep, 29. 2 more sessions is all we have.
I know. Everybody's saying hello to Coda.
Hey, Gritza. Hey, Jamie. Glinda.
Rachel, everybody's here. We're all here. Hello, Nicole and Coda. I don't know what I'm doing, eating dinner and trying to get my life in order. Hey, that is fine. That is goals right there.
What's for dinner?
Yeah, what is for dinner? What are we eating? I had a salami and cheese sandwich for breakfast. Weirdest breakfast I've ever had, but anyway.
How was that?
Ask me in half an hour when it starts repeating on me.
Well, y'all know what I'm having because it's Thursday.
Yeah, it's all happening. I hope I'm not late. How are you? No, you're not late at all. Hello, Neva. How are you? Hope you had a safe journey. Everybody's saying hello. And with that, Neva popping in, which was good. We are going to go to a sprint. So, and I'm going to try and sort out the layout because it's all weird. I don't know what I've done, but yeah, it's all weird. Okay, so Dark Roots Creation is having pasta sauce with peas and green olives. Weird combo, but good. No, it's not a weird combo. I ate that.
I think I would try that. Yeah.
I would definitely eat that. It's got olives in it. Anything with olives is good as far as I'm concerned.
I'm the same, right?
Yeah. Olives do not put me off at all. All right. We are going to go for an hour sprint, and we will be back in an hour. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello everybody. We're back. Sorry about that. I was just on the phone.
I was doing dishes. Now I don't know where I put my headphone case. Oh, just kidding.
I got up to page 407, which is just into chapter 26.
Let's see. I'm just doing dishes, so I just barely started chapter 27. Like it just like a minute ago, 1 minute ago.
Oh, yeah, I'm about the same into chapter 26. Phone calls. I do like to hear from my husband, but really, every time I sprint.
I know. I would have got more done too, except for I had to vacuum, so I had to pause it for a couple. And I think my vacuum broke.
Oh no!
Like it just turned off and it won't turn on anymore.
I think it's broken. Yeah, I think you can safely say that that's broken. That's a bummer. Oh, I can't vacuum. Yeah. I will. That's how I would say it.
Guess I'll have to get a new vacuum. Dang it.
Yeah. I have a big Dyson one. I paid like $1,200 for it. It's got all the attachments. It's got a rotary head and all that sort of stuff. It died ages ago, and it's sitting in the bottom of my cupboard because I've got to take it to Toowoomba. And every time I go to Toowoomba, I keep forgetting to take it. And I get halfway to Toowoomba and go, oh, damn, vacuum cleaner. So I said to Brennan, once my car's fixed, I'm going to sit it in the back of the car and it'll live there until I go to Toowoomba. And he goes, that sounds like a good idea. Because right now I'm just using a cheap little one. I mean, I've got tiles. It's no big deal, but it takes 3 or 4 goes to go over the carpets, which means it's not vacuuming it really well. So, but $1,200 vacuum cleaner just to throw away is a little bit too much. Even if I have owned it for 10 years, they could fix it.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, I don't know how much this one was. It wasn't super expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. It's a Shark.
Okay.
I'm sure it was like probably $200 or $300 would be my guess. It's been a few years, and we have 2 cats, so
understandable. Let's have a look and see how everybody else went in the comments. Jamie says that she has a leather-bound Hitchhiker's Guide bind up. That's the book I got yesterday.
Oh, nice.
So I thought it was 7. It's not. It's actually 5 books. And then there's some radio scripts because it was a radio show once upon a time, which was on the back. So down the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when because I didn't open it up, this is the 42-year anniversary edition. So, but apparently it is actually a trilogy. Because when you open it up, it says a trilogy in 5 parts. So there's 5, like they're little books because they were actually there. There was 4 of them there yesterday, and they were just like little novella type things. And then I had a look at the back, like in here, and it says that there's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the original radio scripts, and then there's the Quandary and Quintessential Phases and radio scripts. So yeah, I've never read it. My partner's read it and loved it. So I'd seen it yesterday, and this was on special. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just grab that because it was. I think the individual books were like $25 each, and then the bind up was, I thought it was, I had the sticker. Where do I have it? I thought it was $25, but it wasn't. It was $34. So $35. It was actually $34.99. So when you think about like getting the 5 and it's going to cost you over $100 for the series, and you can get the bind up. Like, why would you even bother buying the small ones?
I think I just need this last 2 then. Because I think mine is the original trilogy box set, like before the 4th and 5th one came out.
Okay. I actually have no idea because I've never actually looked at it before. Like I've heard it mentioned, like my partner's mentioned it, and there's also.
Oh. So this is the one I got. It's mass market. They're like pretty good condition too, and I got them for like $5 at the library. So.
Oh my goodness, that is awesome. They're nice. I mean, it's 42 years old, so yeah.
I mean, the spines aren't even broken on them.
My goodness, you're gonna break them, aren't you?
I mean,
you're mean like that.
Somebody's got to show them love.
Yeah, so the Les Norton series that my partner listens to is an Australian writer, and it's Robert G. Barrett. And apparently this Les Norton is just loose as he's like he goes around punching people up and all that sort of stuff. But my husband's been wanting me to read it for ages, and I haven't been able to find any of the books in the secondhand store because I look all the time. But he's listened to them, and he's not a rewatcher or a rereader, and he's actually started listening to them again and having a fun time with them. So yeah. Jamie had curried rice and potatoes topped with sour cream. Yum. We'll have had ice cream during the sprint for dessert. Nice. Deb has also joined us as well. Hello. Vanessa also joined us during that sprint, knocking out Heartstopper up to volume 5. Go, Vanessa. Just knocking them out of the park. Woohoo. I'm a huge fan of Hitchhiker. Awesome. I've heard like just about all of my friends have read it or have encouraged me to read it, tried to encourage me to read it, but I'm like, I just haven't got around to it. But I seen that yesterday and I couldn't pass it up because that's cheap. Considering, because I haven't even seen them in the secondhand places either. So yeah. I really need to read Heartstopper Volume 5. I've heard nothing but good things. Awesome. No worries, it's fine. Taking care of the dogs is important. Sprint hopping today, rewatching Brittany's sprints as today is my birthday and I missed a sprint as I was celebrating. Happy birthday, Christy. Hope you had a good one. And they got lots of, prezzies and spoiled and all the things. Hi, Courtney. How are you going? Saying happy birthday to Christy. I just finished Heartstopper Volume 5 and now to log my points for Ramathon. Awesome. Go, Vanessa. I agree.
Let's go quick. They're so fun. I love Heartstopper.
Yeah, I haven't read them either. I'm waiting. I don't want to buy them because essentially I'm not someone that reads I don't read graphic novels or manga, but as a rule. Not as a rule, I just don't do it. I just haven't got into it. I have read them, but I haven't got into them. But my daughter is waiting for all of them to come out before she buys them. So I'll wait till she buys them and then I'll read them. Then I don't, because I think she was hoping that I would buy them and then she wouldn't have to. But I'm like, no, this time she can buy them. And yeah. And then I will read them. It's 7:40 p.m. Here. I've accomplished 1 out of the 3 things for today's goals, but the other 2 should be quick to finish. Awesome. Still a third of the way through your goals, which is good. Finished writing The Elephant. It was pretty good. Now continuing with The Hexalologists as a physical read and Cress as an audio. Awesome. The one Libby took away last time. Oh, yeah, that's right. Libby's bad for that. Made it to 37%. Finished some eating, some and garlic bread. I've been up since 3 o'clock, so I've already been awake for like 7 hours.
That's what I'm going to call it from now on when I make spaghetti. If there's anybody here, there's rarely anybody here. Maybe I'll just tell the cats, I'm going to go edit the pasta.
It's like Brooklyn's Foxy. Vox is now Voxy. Foxy, I'm just like, oh, I'm putting that in the comments. It's going to be forevermore known as Voxy. I like it. I'm not sure how much Brooklyn's liking it, but I did. I liked it.
I like
it. Just 65 pages left. Awesome. Making some good progress. Today I read 5 chapters of Anne of Green Gables and 1 chapter of Fourth Wing and watched 10 minutes of Black Panther. And I still need to read another chapter of Fourth Wing and 20 minutes of Black Panther. That's a lot.
Your audio keeps going in and out.
My audio? That's probably because I'm sitting away from the microphone.
Oh.
There we go. I'll sit up. I was slowly sliding down as I was reading. It's going to be one of those days today.
I feel you, though, because sometimes you just need to sit back.
Yeah. Okay. Point taken. I will sit in front of the microphone. I got to 75% in the words that remain. Awesome. Hello, Brooklyn. We were just talking about you and Voxy. Carly is also here.
Hey, Carly.
No class today, so I might think I run some errands. Awesome. Going to be continuing Bride by Ali Hazelwood on page 205. Low liking getting head pats. I can't unsee a tail wagging happening since he's a werewolf. Okay. I'm assuming this is about the book because I don't understand that.
I don't know what lowy is. I'll Google it.
Yeah, low liking getting head pats. I can. Yeah, fair enough. All right. A lot of vacuums have safety mechanisms that kick in when they overheat. So maybe it's overheated a bit. They will work again once they cool down. Maybe you need to clean out your filter and stuff as well. So much cat hair. So yeah. Listening to The Lives of Puppets while laying in bed at 68%. Awesome. Hitchhikers is great. I've got a bind up as well, but have only read the first one so far. Can't hear me, and now I can. There you go. Abuse is not love. That must be your vacuum cleaner.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe? What's that about the vacuum cleaner?
I have no idea. Oh, about breaking the spine. Here you go. That's about breaking the spine.
Oh.
We don't get to the comment.
I mean.
Thank you.
It looks like nobody's ever even touched these.
Yeah.
Never opened them. But later it will look like somebody has because somebody's going to love them hard. You don't know about my books. You don't know about my freaky books.
I love the audiobook. Stephen Fry's version is great, but Martin Freeman's version is good too. Is this Hitchhikers are you talking about?
It must be.
Yeah, I think it is. Are you having problems getting any of the women's prize books? Well, and She Fell Down on Kindle. That was the only place I could get it because there is no audio. The other 2 that I wanted to read are The Maiden and Ordinary Human Feelings. I got on audio. I haven't been able to get. I can't get Maidens, but I mean that could have changed since I looked because sometimes it'll say that it's not available, and then it is available in physical, but I'm not sure if I'm going to like them or not, so I really don't mind purchasing them as audio or Kindles. And also the fact that the books on Kindle are so much cheaper because Ordinary Human Feelings, which is I think it's like 200 pages. It's $15.99 on Kindle, and the paperback. This was one of the cheap ones, and the paperback is $17. That's actually come down in price because it was actually sitting at $22. The hardcover is $33, which is around the price of hardcovers. But there's some that are just so. Oh, that's changed. Some of the covers have changed too. So Restless Dolly Mulder, which is an Australian book, that's available in paperback, but it was $26.25. So I just got it on Kindle. I've just got to work out the prices because 16 books, if they're all like $25, that's just too much for me to fork out.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So, yeah. BorrowBox, the library app, doesn't have any. I did find Soldier Sailor. What's it called? Soldier something. Is it Soldier Sailor? Soldier Sailor. I found that on Everand. That book that we were looking at the other day, on the Reese Witherspoon one, I found that on Everand.
The one that you couldn't, the $50 one?
Yeah, I found it on Everand. Yeah. And I also found my Sister's a Serial Killer on Everand too.
Are they audio or Kindle?
No. Kindle? They're just ebooks.
Ebooks?
So, yeah. There was no audio for them.
Okay.
So yeah, don't watch the Hitchhiker movie. It was crap. Find the original BBC series, I think. I have them on DVD. Well, I know what I'll be watching when I come to visit you, Deb, in September. Bring them along. Nicole is among a snubber. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because if I was a snubber, then I wouldn't encourage anybody to buy them or read them. So no, I'm not. It's just that I haven't found a series that I'm interested in on that. There's been a couple that I've looked at, but when I've gone to buy them, they've been quite expensive. So I'm just waiting. I'm not a snubber. I'm not saying that I'd never read them. I just haven't found the right ones for me yet. Which, considering I looked yesterday and gee, they're dear. Like, they're so expensive considering like there's so many volumes in a lot of them. It's like, man, this is like when you look at the manga wall, it's like that is a drug habit right
there. I think some people replace their drug habits with
that. That's like, if you were buying manga, you don't have money to have a drug habit or anything else, or like the price that they are here in Australia is just ridiculous. Heartstopper is the one that she's waiting for it to all come out before she reads them. So which means that she'll buy them and then I can read them. So yeah. Don't forget that Smashwords is doing their ebook week. So there's hundreds of books available for 99 cents. Interesting. I'm probably geo-blocked from that, but anyway. Because audiobooks.com, apparently you can get heaps of audiobooks on there and all the rest of it for a small fee. And like you don't pay anything extra, and I'm geo-blocked from it. So
I don't think you can get audiobooks on Smashwords, just ebooks.
No, that's just ebooks, but yeah. But that's what I'm saying, like probably geo-blocked from that one.
Well, and they're usually all self-published authors, right, on Smashwords, and then also you have to go sign up for the sale.
Okay.
Like they send you an email and they're like, our sale's coming up, go sign in and sign up. And if you don't sign up for it, and because you can go in and you can pick, like, if you want it to be half price for the sale or 75 or 100% off, you can just pick. But if you don't go set it up, I don't think your book goes on sale.
Okay.
I guess I could go see if my book's on sale without my permission.
Did not read, but cleaned some things around the house and got my TBR cart. We'll film a short in the next sprint and read a bit of Fable. Awesome. Yesterday at lunch, my daughter's sitting across the way from me, and she's like, Babel. I'm like, it's Babel. She goes, I'm saying Babel. I'm like, but you're wrong. It's Babel. And she's like, I don't care. I'm saying Babel. I'm like, you're a weirdo. And she goes, how do you know? I said, because I've said it like several times in the audiobook.
So your sound's out again. Can't hear you. Yeah, it's like it just got fizzled out. Like it's like your microphone's underwater or something.
I don't know what's going on. It's all plugged in and everything. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, so apparently I'm going to be talking like this today. I don't know what's going on. I've got no idea what's going on. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all plugged in. I don't know. It's all plugged in.
I can hear you now.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
It's quiet.
Okay. I do not know what's going on with my microphone. It better not be dying because I've only had it for what, 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
Try plugging it, unplugging it, and plugging it back in, maybe. Can't hear you now either.
That's because I was muted just then.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I had it muted just in case it made a popping sound because those popping sounds can be really loud.
Okay, set it away again for a second because you were probably muted the last time too.
What about now?
It's not I don't think it's as bad. Keep talking.
Okay. All right. Let me just go in here and have a look at the settings. And when I'm talking, the green light is showing that it's picking my voice up really well.
I feel like I can hear you better now. Maybe resetting it helps. Technology.
Who cares about technology, right? We don't. Oh, yeah. But when it doesn't work, we care about it.
Yeah. Stupid technology. It's not very smart.
I'll just hold it here. Jean is binge watching Traders UK on season 2, episode 5, and suddenly it switches to Traders America in the streaming. That's weird.
Yeah, and rude.
Hello, Melissa. How are you? Thank you for joining. We'll just make sure you get the book's consent first before you show it some love. It's all about consent, right? I made it to page 147 in my book, Such Sharp Teeth. I will finish, but is still looking low. Oh, a low star rating. Not good. Off to watch TV with my hubby. Thanks for the sprints and have a good night. Well, that's a pretty sad note to end on, Alicia. But if it's not for you, it's not for you, right? Hello, Nicole. How are you? Thanks for joining. If you want a short manga series that's kind of wholesome, A Slice of Life, or Kids on the Slope. The other one that I was looking at was, which I don't know if it's a manga or whether it's a graphic novel or not, but Spy Family. Is that a manga?
I think so, and that's supposed to be really good.
Yeah, that was the other one that I was looking at. Hi to the other Nicole. Who wrote She Fell Down? Curious because it's Canadian. Alicia Elliott. There you go. Chris just gave you the answer to that. Thank you, Chris. I'm reading the books. Don't expect me to remember the authors' names. There's a lot of them, especially with the Stella, because there's 16 for the women's prize and there's 12 for the Stella. So yeah, I mean, I'm not reading all of the Stella in the same amount of times. Just yeah. My short story is always free. It's called Corpse. I wrote it under the name of Samuel P. K.
Is that on Smashwords, Paul, or is that on Amazon or everywhere, or what?
I have heard the word Babel said both ways, even in scripture, so I don't know. Yeah. So English say Babel, Americans say Babel, according to Google. And in the audio book, it says Babel. And on Monday, I am going to attempt to get over my shyness and actually ask the author how she says it. And then if she says Babel, then it'll be forever known as Babel. And if she says Babel, then we'll go with that. So, yeah.
She's probably going to be like potato.
Yeah, pretty much. So I'm hoping that someone else will ask the question, because while I sit here and say I'm going to ask, I know when I get into an environment where people will be all looking at me and they're in real life, I'm going to absolutely crap myself and shut up. And that's what Savannah said. She goes, yeah, sure, Mum, you're going to ask for sure. I'm like, shut up. You're just as bad as me. Don't you be throwing stones in your glass house over there. So, yeah. So, And Then She Fell is by Alicia Elliott. Thank you, Chris, very much. Jean says, yes, we can hear. The author said Babel when she was speaking about the book. She has an American accent. Yeah, so that's the thing. And we have the English, Australian speaks English. So, yeah, England English. So it just depends on what type of accent you have. That's exactly right. Hello, Thomas. Just woke up from a nap and had something to eat. Awesome. Spy Family is dope. Okay, so I'm assuming that's good. That still means good, right? Because the dope when I was a kid was like it was good. So yeah, that's
dope is still good.
Yeah, because now it's like and now we also add in there fully sick as well. Fully sick is bogan. Oh, great, awesome.
Paul's book is on Everand, Nicole.
Oh, is it? Cool. Can you just send the name through? Let me just go back and star this. Where were you, Paul? Where did you say that? Can't hear you. Where was it? It was only just a couple of comments ago, wasn't it?
Shoot you the link.
I just started.
I mean, but is it the same? Because, what's it called? The Reese Witherspoon.
Reese's Book Club. Yep.
Yeah, that one. It's not on my Everand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, isn't it called something?
Yeah, it's called something.
Redwood Court. Right. Redwood Court.
Yes, that's it. Redwood Court. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on my Everand.
So Redwood Court and Counterfeit I found on there. Black Butterflies I also found as an audio book on mine, and I found My Sister is a Serial Killer and Night Bloom. So Night Bloom is off the Women's Prize for Fiction. Counterfeit and Redwood Court are both ones that I've struggled to get here because they're expensive. And they are both on there as ebooks, not as audio. And Some People Need Killing is one of the books off the Women's Prize for Fiction non-fiction one, which I'm going to be reading. That is where a policy was set by a government official in the Philippines to get rid of a certain type of element. I believe that's what that one's about. So, yeah. All right. Spy Family is fun. Smashwords and Amazon. Women's Prize for Fiction along this announcement is just there. So you can see all the books. Alternatively, you can check out my video as well, where I talk about the books in a little bit more depth, which is my latest video. It was first story I published. Awesome. Nicole, Just do it. Ask the question. We get super excited when readers are invested enough to ask all the things of any of the things. Cool. I wouldn't even know where to start with like I stood in front of that wall of manga there yesterday and just like I'm like, where do I start? I think I need to start watching some people that predominantly read manga to find a good place to start. Then it also comes down to the availability as well. And I think with manga, I'd like to read them in like a physical format as opposed to on Kindle. So
it takes some getting used to reading stuff the opposite direction too.
Yeah, I realized that. There was one that I had on my wish list. I cannot remember the name of it, but I really liked the cover, but I wasn't sure about the story. The cover was really nice, and I'm like, you can't do that. And it was $60 though, and it's like, what? I don't think so.
I'll be down to check out Spy Family with you when I'm done with my challenge. That's one that I think would be cool.
Well, see, I've heard a lot of people that I trust their judgment on books rave about it. So Brittany, Leandra, a few other people here have read it as well. So yeah, I'm pretty keen for that. So yeah. Oh, hey Flo, how are you? Nice to see you here. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you dropping in. What are you reading today? Isn't it called something? Yeah, I know. It aren't all, I had a funny question from my granddaughter the other day. I opened up the bonnet because I haven't driven my car for a while. I've got to keep an eye on the belts on the car. So, the fan belt, air conditioning belt, the alternator, all that sort of stuff, right? And so I've got to open up, make sure there's no fraying or anything like that, because if I throw a belt, well, that could be a bit of a catastrophe, especially if I'm on a highway or whatever. And it's not a catastrophe in the sense of the word of catastrophe. It just means that my car won't go, and to me, that's a catastrophe. So I have to keep an eye on that, and I have to keep an eye on a few things because it's been parked up for 7 years. Anyway, I open up the bonnet, and Mia says to me, she goes, "What's he?" And I'm like, I looked at it and I said, everything you see here is a whatsy, a doodad, a thingy-me-bob, and what's me call it. And she just looked at me and I said, so you can see why that question was so open, right? And she's just like, oh my goodness, can you say all those things for, like, she didn't even register that you could say all those things for things that you don't know what the name of them are. And she's just like, oh, wow. So
my
funny.
Stepdad one day, I'll never forget this. I don't remember how old I was, but this one day my stepdad said to me, go get me the whatchamacallit off the thingamabob in the other room. I was all, what color is it, dude? You didn't even tell me which room.
That was code for get out of my face, I'm busy.
Maybe, I don't know. I was
I always I ran through all the things, and then as we were driving, I'm like, there's thingy-bobs and what's-a-who-its and all these things. Doohickeys and all this. I ran through the whole list, and she's just looking at me. She goes, are you serious? I said, well, it depends who you speak to. They have a different thing for, the thing that they can't name. It's whatchamacallit or whatever. Yeah. She's just like, oh my God. But yeah, she wasn't expecting the answer. The entire engine that you can see is filled with all of them. Just point to whichever thingy-me-bob you're talking about. So yeah, that was a funny little moment. Legit, anytime someone DMs me, I just chat about something I've wrote, I fangirl over them. Awesome. That's awesome. The only manga or graphic novel I've ever really loved was Bone by Jeff Smith. Awesome. Your long list prediction video did well. Yes, it did. I was actually quite surprised. Last year, I didn't do one, but I did a reaction video and it only did 200. But the prediction video did well, and I got 2 out of the 16. So kudos to me. And one of them, Scott from Gunpowder Fiction and Plot, which was the Ren, he didn't put the Ren on his prediction one. And he goes, when I was watching his reaction video, and his reaction videos are really good as well. And He goes, I'm sort of kicking myself. He goes, I did my prediction. He goes, and then I watched everybody else's, and everybody else put NN right on their list, and I didn't. And I'm like, yeah, I was quite surprised he didn't, because normally he's usually on par with a lot of things. Oh, hello, Jelly. Oh, what is going on? Oh, there we go. Fix that. There's all sorts of stuff happening then. You should definitely ask. You can say you are asking on behalf of BookTube community, since we've discussed how to pronounce it quite a lot on sprints. Yeah. It's the thing is to get over my shyness. I don't like being the center of attention. And if you're asking a question, that automatically puts you in the center of attention. And that is enough to send my anxiety way over the
I'll ask her, and you can play it on Voxer for her.
I have a question for someone in the United States.
I'll be like, hey, lady. It's lady, right?
I don't know. Sorry, May. I just completely glossed over that. Hey, everyone. I'm reading Light Lark by Alex Astor. Awesome. Saying hello. Flo is reading Boys by Ron Howard and Clint Eastwood. Howard, sorry. Clint Eastwood. Why did I say that? And also Savage Harvest, the story of cannibalism by Michael Rockefeller. Interesting. Oh, wow. Interesting reading right there.
Making me hungry, Floss.
Hello, Dakota. Have 20 pages left of Mona Lisa Vanishes. I'm going to pick up Too Scared to Sleep in hopes of finishing that one up soon. Amazon must have took it down because it's still okay. There you go.
Yeah, so if you want to publish on Amazon now, you have to go through KDP. And it's pretty easy to figure out if you've already figured out Smashwords. But Smashwords puts if your book is free on Smashwords, they put it on Everand. So we found your book on Everand. Well, we can read it for free. I don't know if I'll read it right away because I got books I own. But Paul, you're on the list.
You're on the list. You've been listed. This is all that matters. You've been listed.
Speaking of Rachel, what are your books and where are your books? We need to know about your books.
This is true. I do like my microphone because I can take the little base that weighs a ton off because it's magnetic. So
I think it might be working better now that you plugged it in. Try setting it down again and see if. Oh, you just took the base off.
No, it's all right. The best. It's just magnetic. It just pops on and off. It's fine. Yeah, it's all good. There we go. How's that sound?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Yay!
I just had to fondle it a little bit to get it to work. That's all.
It's all pet me.
Where was I up to? I took because this one was blocking, like all I could see was your face under the thing. Sorry. Hello, Monica. Just got back from the hairdressers. Love it when someone else washes my hair. I love it too. I go every fortnight, 3 weeks actually, every 3 weeks this year. I don't like being the center of attention as she hosts a live stream for about 60 people. It's different. It's different when all eyes turn, like I can't see you looking at me. I'm talking to Coda and I'm answering questions. I cannot see you looking at me. Put me in a crowd and people looking at me and I cringe. I feel like I'm 5 years old again. And, it's just like I absolutely crap myself. And a lot of people don't believe that I'm actually shy. But if I got my daughters on here, they would tell you that I clam up like nothing else. And I'm the quietest you'll ever hear me when I'm in a new situation with new people. And yeah, just like, who is this person? They look at me and go,
I don't know like if we went like out in public together, especially like here where everybody knows me, you'd be like, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I don't mind it because my husband, he has the reverse. He is a very shy person as well, but he becomes an extrovert as a way of coping with it because he's dying on the inside. So he talks and like So I just stand there with him, and then everybody faces and talks to him, and I can just nod. And I don't have to talk. It took me until I was 25, I think it was, before I would have my hair off my face. That I had really long hair, and I used to have a fringe that would, like, because my hair, as you've seen, it's like all straight, and it flops over on the side, and I would hide behind my hair. And it was until I was probably at 25 before I'd actually have it. Like at home, I'd have it off my face, but out in public, and but you know what? I learned a lot about people hiding behind my hair and just watching. I learned so much about people, and I can usually pick a douche out of a crowd real quick. And so, yeah.
Yeah, some of them have a certain look.
Yeah. The douches of the world definitely put off a vibe. I downloaded book 2 of Harry Potter. Awesome. Hey, R.A. Where are my books?
Yeah, didn't you say something you wrote? You said you wrote something, right?
Yeah. Don't know where your books are.
Is it available? Is it a book? Is it not a book?
Is it a book? Is it something you're thinking about? Have you published it? Like, we're asking all the questions now. That is awesome, Coda. I'd like to know what you all think about it. Awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
Paul likes being listed.
When I get around to it, I'll review it. And all the things.
Just got home from work, still reading. I have some questions by Rebecca Mackay. So I will be late. So it'll be late going back to the library. I just had to fondle it to get it works to live by, right? Very much so.
I mean, it's like a universal. It works afterwards.
Yep. Just take off your glasses. You'll never notice that. I actually, if they're close up to me, I can't see them. Like I can't see here. I can tell you what's happening across the street. I can see in my neighbor's window, and I can tell you what they're watching on TV. So that doesn't work unless they're right in front of me.
We're the opposite. I can see you now.
Oh, okay.
But I can't see the other side of the room.
Yeah, like I've got old lady eyes, close up, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. I'll just elbow my sister, my daughter, and tell her to do it. Give her a whack. Go, you ask. Go on, you ask. You ask. That'll be the conversation for the whole night, and neither one of us will ask.
I'll make sure to send you the Voxer just in case you need it for emergency.
Yeah, I can maybe ask really quickly. Maybe just write it and then hand it to the, because she's getting interviewed by someone, so it's an evening with. So yeah, so I don't know how many questions are going to be able to be asked and stuff like that because they're on a time crunch and whatnot. But I will endeavour to get over myself. Maybe if I have a couple of drinks. I am catching public transport, so
you
a little bit of that courage never goes astray.
I would like sneak the question in there, like without asking it. So you do something like, "I really enjoyed Babel."
Yeah,
and wait for her to be like, that. "It's Babel," or "It's Babel," or "It's either." Whatever.
Yeah, I think technically it can be either, but yeah. Chris says, I adore performing in front of crowds. I had to give a presentation in front of 1,000. I see, I would die.
I don't mind.
Die.
It's not something I set out for, but I don't. I guess it just depends.
Yeah, I would die. Yeah, reverse blindness is just, it's a pit, but it's quite funny because like I can see, I don't need them for driving or anything like that. If I put them on like to read, I can't read the dash on that, but I can't have bifocals either because the way it reflects off the glass and stuff like that. So I just have to, I sort of know where the things are. Like I've got a white background on my dash at the moment, so I can actually see where the numbers are. I can make them out. Only just, but yeah, Brendan says to me, he goes, I'll put in a Bluetooth, screen so you've got the maps on there. And I'm like, dude, what's the point? I can't read it. Like, there's no point. I cannot read it. I have to have it going in my ear.
You just need to get you a pair where they're like little teeny tiny.
Yeah, I have to. I have to be like driving like this and look down like that. That would annoy the crap out of me by the end of the drive. I'm telling you. So much fun. No, I'm sorry. I would die if I had to speak in front of 1,000 people. I just remembered it is my first work outside of comics. Well, there you go.
Yeah, we're not going to rip you apart.
Yeah, constructive. Yeah.
Praise.
I know that I'm not going to rip your writing apart because I don't judge other people's writing. So
I do, but
yeah.
I like to be and useful.
Did you notice that I didn't add you in that I don't rip apart people's writing? That's Coda's job, not mine.
I mean,
no, Coda wants to be an editor. So if anybody needs an editor, Coda's looking to be an editor. So
yeah, it's not my dream job, but I would sure like to do that help a lot more than what I'm doing right now.
Hit him up. Miss Kwong, I have a bet with my friends. It's Bay or Bull or Bay or
Babble.
Babble. Please tell me I won the money. That's a good way to go.
Just say it like a New Yorker. Just be like, it's Babel. Babble.
I don't even think my Australian accent would allow me to do that.
Babel.
I don't think I can get around that. But that's what author needs to get better. Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, I don't write, so
if I do have something like negative or critical to say, I try to give the feedback in a constructive way, right? So that it's I would never just be like, this sucked, what a piece of trash, without saying what it, like what was wrong or whatever.
I'll say those words, but I will give you constructive criticism. I will say it in a more diplomatic way. Or you'll say it's absolutely fabulous and you don't need an editor. Good job. Well done. 5 stars for you. Is that how it goes?
I have done that before. I have actually left on a review like, for a self-published book, this was really well edited.
Oh, dear me. Nicole would probably do a good American Southern accent. I don't know about that. I can't even do it. Like, because now you're all watching me. No, I can't do it.
Oh, come on, y'all.
No.
I slip into it naturally when I talk to my mom or my sister because they're still in Texas.
Yeah, I was going to say, but you're Texan, so... It's sort of, yeah. Mary is an editor for every day if my spelling and grammar suck. Yeah, so do mine. Hello, Adrian. How are you? Thank you for joining. And Chrissy's here. Yay! Happy Friday. And just in time, because we're about to go to a sprint. We're going to do another hour. So happy reading, everybody. And we'll see you when we get back.
Oh, I haven't ordered Thai food.
Yeah, you're going to order Thai food? Cool.
It's Thursday.
It wouldn't be Thursday without Thai food. I'm going to have to start calling you Sheldon soon, man.
Why, does he really like Thai food?
Well, how he only eats food on particular days, and every week it's the same.
That's anybody. I haven't seen a lot of that show. I've seen it.
That's okay.
A lot of it.
That's fine. Chrissy agrees with your choice of foods.
I'll probably get the same thing I always do too,
because that's what Sheldon also does as well.
Yeah. Hey, I get 2 things now. I used to just get 1. Now I get 2, so that I have
branched out.
2 days of Thai food.
You go. Look at you go. All right, let's go. Let you order, and we will get some reading done, and we'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everybody.
Happy reading.
Well, hello. We're back. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. I think.
It's still working? Cool. I have got about 2 pages left in chapter 27.
2 pages and 27 left.
So seriously, learning about snakes.
Maybe your mic is cutting out a little bit.
Okay. All right. I do not know what's going on with this mic today because, yeah. All right.
I can hear you now.
Who knows? Maybe because it's a lot of background noise too. So sometimes StreamYard, StreamYard is picking up some of the background noise because I've got the window wide open because it's thinking it's cloudy and it's windy, but it's still really humid and the house is really there's no aircon. Who moves into a house with no aircon? Just sit my daughter down and just like, listen, when you look for a place, this is the requirements that you need. Yeah. So anyway.
We have swamp coolers here instead of air conditioners.
Okay. What is that?
It's basically like it's a fan system that sits on top of your house and it has pads in it. And then it has water hooked up to it that gets the pads wet. And the cold water cools the air. It won't work in a humid environment.
No. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work here then. It'd work probably at home. So I've only got one chapter to read in the next sprint, and then I'm done, and then I'll be moving on to my women's fiction stuff. So yeah,
it's getting good. I can't believe we're almost to the end already. I got my chapters done, and I got the dishes loaded and watered all the plants.
That's awesome. I didn't do anything but read. I did spend. I probably would have finished my pages, but I spent about half an hour fluffing around on YouTube because I put up a video on my craft channel today, and I was just checking to make sure that it had all gone up and whatnot, and then realized that I have actually gone over 33,000 subscribers over there.
That's awesome.
I'm like, this, and yeah, of course, there's there's all the douches that are over there that are nasty and whatnot. So I got rid of those comments and did a little bit of housekeeping and stuff like that. I don't know. I've just been getting a nice selection of people lately. They're just so lovely. But what can you do? Just like
not you wouldn't say a ray of sunshine.
No. I just seem to have a collective group of dumbasses over there at the moment. So I'm just sort of trying to avoid it. That's why I didn't even know that I'd got to 33,000 because I've been putting videos up and then just walking away and just once every couple of weeks going in and answering any questions or anything like that because there's just been a real bunch of, for lack of a better term, assholes. And and I just don't need it. My mental health doesn't need it. So I just like, fine. But you get, but at the same time you get a lot of I get more good responses and all the rest of it, but you still have to deal with those negative responses because I don't want to leave them on the channel for it to upset other people, and I don't want other people to think that they have to come to my rescue or try to defend me or anything like that. They just don't need to see it. So yeah, I have to sort of do the housekeeping side of it, but it still hurts every time someone does it. It's just like, why did you feel the need to say that? Like, did I come to your house and crap all over your front porch?
Right.
Did I kick your dog in a previous life? Did I kill your firstborn? What the flipping hell did I do sitting all the way over here in Australia, minding my own freaking business, and you turned up to my house and crapped all over my front porch, all the rest of it. And it's like, you can just go away.
Right.
So yeah, it's just yeah, and no one. Hey, I'm in a little side street and there's a lot of stuff happening out there. I'm like, what is going on out there? There's trucks and cars and.
Oh, you might hear my road too because I opened the door for the cat.
Yeah. I haven't heard your road. I don't know if you can hear my road or not, but it's like it sounds like a bus out there. Like, what the hell is going on? All right, let's have a look and see how everybody else did. Where were we up to? Chrissy said yummy because you got your Thai food. I'll be working on her southern accent during the sprint. No, Chris, I didn't. I'm sorry to disappoint. I did not. Where vaguely in Texas? Where are you from?
I'm from Central Texas, about 45 minutes outside of Austin.
Lula is from somewhere within a 30-mile radius of Dallas. So,
yeah, my little sister lives in New Braunfels. And, yeah, my mom lives where I used to live. And my other little sister who grew up here actually just moved with her boyfriend to Texas. I don't know why.
Okay.
No, she loves him and she was excited about it, but they're in Dallas Fort Worth area too. So lots of Texans over there yonder way.
Oh, that's big. Sorry, I'm just playing around, Daddy.
Wrong way.
It's like, hey, Courtney, how you going? So yeah, I'm just sort of playing around trying to find, something that works. But I think I'll go back to the bubble. Yeah. So Courtney popped in to say hi before I started playing with everything. And oh, that jumped a lot. Where was I? I was not there. This is where I was. Made it to page 300 and heading to bed. Have a good night and day. Thanks for joining, Nicole. Appreciate being here. And hopefully you have a good sleep. What's the bet that it starts raining when I've got to go to the train station? Because it's like really windy out there and the dark clouds have been blowing in, but the sun's still out. And I'm like, yeah, it's going to rain. And my daughter doesn't have an umbrella. So the ticking made me jump. Yeah, it got me a couple of times when I first started using it. It's like, what the hell? I don't know why, because I've never had to diffuse a bomb or anything like that. Past life PTSD. Fair enough. I knew I wasn't meant for this era. Paul made it to 202. Awesome. Nice progress. Finished the words that remind me and started this other Eden by Paul Harding. Awesome. Jamie's a reading machine again this month. You sound fine to me. Awesome. Yeah, you're doing good when you get haters, yeah, fully. I could do without it.
Yeah. Unnecessary.
Yeah, it's really unnecessary. But anyway. So odd that the crafting community is full of assholes. Let me put it to you this way. Menopausal women are not great. I am a menopausal woman, but I have chose not to share my love. I have chose to keep it to myself and, not inflict it all on the rest of the world. So, yeah, some of them just feel the need to trash it out. That I actually got really snippy. Oh, it must have been about 18 months ago. Someone put a narky comment up on one of my videos. And so I clicked on their little icon and went to the channel and seen that they actually had no videos and nothing. And I got really starving. I mean, I guess it's when I shouldn't answer questions or respond to people first thing in the morning because I'm not at my best at first thing in the morning, especially if I'm super tired. And I just type back. It's nice to see that you've got 300 odd videos on your channel, and just left it at that. And I just kept moving. I've never seen that person come back to my channel. I'm not surprised because, snark deserves snark sometimes. And that's what I did. And I'm like, I try not to do that. Hey, Coda, I have a sister near Fort Hood. I enjoy visiting. I would love to move back.
Oh, it's so sticky hot there. My mom's always trying to get me to move back, and I just always remind her that she lives in Texas. It's not even the weather, it's their politics that I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe not for me. I did run out of there screaming, like, didn't even know I was gay until I got established here and was settled.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, maybe that's why I needed to move.
Yeah, sounds like it. Somehow I don't know anything about anything over there, but I know that Texas is not a place you'd want to be.
They're just,
I mean, sorry to all the Texans that are here. I mean, it's probably a very lovely state, and I am just going off what I've seen on TV. So please don't come at me. I'm not making any judgments.
When I was growing up, I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
Because well, I was naive too, so I didn't know a lot about myself.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's a lot of bigotry. There can be a lot of bigotry down there. I'm sure it has its hot spots where it's not so bad. Just
yeah,
like Austin is a great city. I haven't really spent.
That's like anywhere though. There's always going to be douches, no matter where you live.
It's true.
Yeah, right. Australia's full of them. Right. You don't have to turn our news on to see what we're like. I look at some people and I just like, you're an interesting little critter, aren't you? My best friend loves that because I like whenever she does something a little bit goof, I just look at her and go, you're just a sick little critter, aren't you? She goes, I want that on a shirt. Why haven't you made that into a shirt yet? I'm like, because I haven't. Because it's my saying and I don't want everybody using it. Popping back to see how everyone is doing. We're doing great. Did you both finish Anne? You've still got a few pages to go, don't you?
I still have quite a bit to go because I didn't read very much yesterday. But I have it sitting here. I'm only on chapter 11.
Oh, okay.
But it'll go fast as soon as I can get back to it.
Yeah.
I just need to catch up on A Little Life first because I hate falling behind on an
800-page
bigger book, right? And I don't have that much to do. I have like 30 pages is all, and I'll be caught up for today's pages. And then there's still some time before bed. I should be able to get some.
Mm-hmm. What time is it there now?
It's about 8:45.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going for another 2 hours and then I'll have to stop because the sprint will have to be 3 hours for me to catch the bus and train and then get back again. So, I can do a 3-hour sprint if anybody wants it, but I'll be just finishing a bit earlier on that. So, yeah. I finished it yesterday. I finished it yesterday morning. Was it yesterday morning? Yeah, yesterday morning I finished it. On the way into the city, and it was quite weird. I was getting some weird looks on the bus because I kept giggling, and I was sitting by myself, and I had my hair down so they couldn't see that I had an earpiece in, and I'm like, and my phone was in my bag, and it was playing, and I was giggling. So no one sat next to the crazy lady that laughs at nothing. How to get a seat on public transport myself. Listen to Anna Green Gables and giggle to yourself and don't let anybody see any of your devices. Gee, crazy. We're not sitting next to her. Like the kids went past me. Older people that usually sit in those seats went past me. It was great. But I had a fun time. It was great. I got it finished and I love going back to that. And woohoo, Coda watered the plants. I finished and Bone Dust and now reading Divine Arrivals and listening to Homeland by R.A. Salvatore and also watered the plants. Awesome. Does Coda have an Australian accent that he's worked on?
I don't think so. I mean, I used to try to do a lot of accents when I was younger and I was into like theater and stuff, but anymore I worry that I'll offend somebody. You never know if you're going to offend somebody.
A lot of people that do Australian accents end up sounding like South African.
Really?
Yeah. They sound more South African than they sound I laugh when I watch American movies and they have an American doing an Australian accent. They always sound South African every time without fail. I haven't seen one yet that I've come across that's done a decent one.
I think if I tried, I would like over embellish or over elaborate or something. I'd come out sounded like Crocodile Dundee.
I don't even sound like. I don't think anybody could sound like Crocodile. I don't even think an Australian can sound like Crocodile Dundee. But,
that's what I'm saying. It would be all wrong.
But or even Steve Irwin is a lot of ones that people do and that. But yeah, I find that they sound more South African than that's Australian. So yeah, because South African has a definite. Like it's a definite twang in theirs as well. So yeah. Where are we up to? Here we go.
I did try to practice some words in a Canadian accent when I was listening to the Wheel of Time podcast, because they say, at least those two hosts, they say about, and it's not like a boot, like people make fun of Canadians for talking like that. It's different, but it is different than how I say about. So I would try to practice. So sometimes there's a fun word and you just want to be like about.
I don't even try that, but every now and again, Brittany, you can hear it come out. Like Brittany will get excited about something, and her Canadian accent will really come out. That I think it's cute. I love it.
I love it.
Feel the love of the crafting community. I was part of a knitting club at one point. They were going to kick me out of the group because I crocheted too. Yeah, they're very clicky. Very clicky. And I don't have time for clicks.
Mean girls.
Yeah, fully. Like that's what it's like. It's like those mean girls at school. They grew up to be menopausal women and craft, and they're nasty bitches. They just come at you. I read a few chapters in my book, and now having some food while you chat. Awesome.
What are you eating, Mary? Did she tell us already?
No, I don't. I don't think so.
We always need to know what you're eating.
Yeah, what food? I don't. Because then I'll want it and I won't be able to get it. I love Anne. Are you liking Anne?
I haven't listened to it, like I said, in a whole day. But the first day I read the whole first 10 chapters and I was thoroughly enjoying it. Like, it's really like a breath of fresh air.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's I don't know, it's cute. I like Anne. Just how she's always like something bad happens and she's like, oh, okay, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Really? She sees the silver lining in everything as well. Like, and how she reacts to certain things. And yeah, like, I just love Anne. I've read it so many times. Like, this is probably, to be honest, I couldn't even tell you how many times I've read it because I've read it to my kids. I reread it myself.
I can see why people reread this book a lot because it's just it's nice.
Yeah, it's familiar and it's really nice.
And it's cute, and Anne's a great character. Okay, now
you can hear the train. You can hear the chainsaw, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know what they're chopping up because they don't have trees in their yard. Chainsaw Massacre, maybe? In downtown Brisbane. Awesome. And I'll just keep going back to the springs. So, I do apologise for the outside noise. I'll get up and shut the window in a minute if it continues on. As I was saying, I love Anne. I'll be back in a moment. Talk amongst yourselves because that's going to get loud. There we go. Do you sprint from the train? No. Don't sprint from the train.
Reading Bullet Train Edition.
Yeah, no, I don't do that. 3 hours sounds good to me. It is 11:15 here. Awesome. Giggling at nothing. You must like it. Yeah. There's lots of funny little parts in Anne of Green Gables that I giggle at. Like so many fun little things. I'm moving between a Maiden, 8 Lives of a Century-Old Trickster, and Restless Dolly. Now enjoying all three. Awesome. Chris is going to be finished this list before I even started at this rate. I've noticed that Americans confuse New Zealand, South African, and Australian accents. Like, I do not know how you can confuse a New Zealand accent with an Australian one because six sounds like sex. And we definitely say six, like sex. So, and fish and chips. I can't even say how they say it. Like it's yeah. But a lot of people do. But more people confuse South African and Australian accents because they've got a definite twang in them. My dinner smells really good. I'm roasting something at the moment, so it's ready for when we get home. And it's like just the smells just started to come through the house. It smells really good. A boot here in the Upper Peninsula, but the finish is
they say a boot instead of about.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to picture where that is. So, yeah. Our Knit and Crochet Club is friendly, but here the Weavers Guild is known for being full of drama and really mean. Yeah. It's like I just sew people. Like there's no need to give me shit about it. Like, and I'm human. I often, I will make a mistake occasionally, or I may have forgotten to say something in a video from 5 years ago when I first started YouTube. I'm sorry. I was nervous. Watch some of my, more regular ones that are from, in, let's say, the last year, maybe even 2 years. You might see a general improvement from my first 2 videos. Just saying. Like, common sense here, people. Common sense. I crochet and knit. I love crochet more. Yeah. You were in the wrong knitting group. Yeah, for sure. I have one where I had spinners, knitters, crochets, and even if you just wanted to hang out, you could have joined us. There you go. And that's what it should be. Exactly what it should be. The Anne series has been one of my faves for so long. She reminds me of me when I was younger. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. What are you reading, Coda, again? You've just finished Harry Potter and you're reading A Little Life now. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to do A Little Life, 30 pages of A Little Life, 40 pages of A Little Life, and then Anne.
Of Green Gables.
If I'm still up.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
40 pages in A Little Life doesn't sound like a lot, but it's not that the words are very small. They're like normal size, but the paragraphs are very long. Like very long paragraphs. So there's not a lot of dialogue either. So it takes a little bit.
Yeah. Because most of it in the beginning is his internal dialogue, isn't it? If my memory serves correctly.
Back and forth. Now we're to Jude, the guy, the guy, the guy with the legs. Yeah. I'll just say.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of it is just him telling backlog story of like it backs all the way up to before he went to school, and I still haven't caught up to the present. But it's interesting. I don't know. I like it. When I sit down to read it, I like it, and I want to continue. So we'll see if that changes.
So what page did you say you're on?
Not even to 200 yet. We're at 148, and I'm going to 187.
Okay.
Which will still be in the same chapter. Well, the same part.
Has he met his partner yet? Okay.
No one's met any. It's just the 4 boys so far.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, just trying to picture where you're up to, that's all.
Yeah, no, it's still like if you consider the parts. Let's see that focus.
I can't see it. Let's get you bigger. So
if you consider those the chapters, I'm still in chapter 2.
Okay, yep.
But I'm in chapter 1 of chapter 2.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
I'm in 2.1
because they're broken up into sections. It makes total sense.
Yeah, and this chapter only has 2 chapters or 2 sections.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're long chapters, but yeah, I'm excited about it. Anne should go quick once I can get to Anne because it's
it does read very quickly. Yeah. Didn't get anywhere in Yona of the Dawn. I'm trying a different series. I use a manga app called Sakio. Awesome. Still not into it. But it's good to know these things because, I might be able to use
It's in the upper mitten. It's in the mitten.
In Michigan. It looks like 2 mittens if you look at the map. Okay. Yeah. I've never noticed, to be honest. The only time people have said I have an accent is when I've traveled to Atlanta, starting to pick up a southern accent. I can't say I noticed the Canadian accent. Yeah. Except if you're in the East Coast. Finished with Harry Potter or finished today's pages? Just finished today's pages. Yeah. We're up to chapter 29, the top of chapter 29. Which one of you would be more likely to do a Saltburn dance while alone in the house?
I mean, me. I'm alone I'm always alone in the house. The cats will be like...
What's going on? I can't say that I've ever thought about it, Shannon. And I'm very rarely dancing around my house naked. So yeah, because no one wants to see that. That's just like no. When I come back to my laptop and here, they're not small, they're normal size.
I don't remember what we were talking about, but that sounds about right.
Book I am reading has long chapters, and I hate long chapters. Bugger. That's a bit of a bugger.
It happens.
I must say I'm not a fan of... It must be the electric company out there chopping down trees off the power lines. What is one of Coda's pet peeves when it comes to dating? What is your position on who pays for the date?
Dating is my pet peeve of dating.
That would be my answer. Pet peeve of dating.
Who pays for the date? I don't know. Like, if I invite you to go somewhere, I probably already plan on paying for it. If you invite me somewhere, then I probably will plan on paying my half unless you say something at some point. And then I might let you pay for me if you want to. So I don't know. I don't really have any set in stone rules about that. I have pet peeves when it comes to people in general, whether I'm dating them or friends with them, and it's just like, like lying. I don't tolerate lying. I don't think that that's fun, and I don't lie, so I don't like people to lie to me.
That's fair enough.
I don't like whining. I'm actually highly allergic to whining.
You drink it, but you just don't want to hear it. I drink the wine, but I don't want to hear the wine.
I drink the wine, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh my God, there's a wood chipper out there now.
Or excessive complaining, like if all you can think of to talk about is how everything's wrong and everything.
That's fair enough. Oh look, I just put that right across your face. Then I need to change this layout. This is just like let's just get rid of Coda, shall we? Here, put that up. Done. Go on.
In the corner.
I need to change this layout. This layout is the layout is wrong. Let me just change it. Let's just move Coda up here. Move this down here. Put this up there. There we go. That's a bit better, right? There we go. At least now your face won't get blocked out because that's just rude. You're talking and a comment comes up. It's just like, yeah, you need to be quiet now. That's StreamYard's way of going. I don't feel like myself. I haven't tried to convince someone to read Pod today. Could I convince? No, you cannot. I'm sorry. I would love to make you feel like yourself, but this is too much to ask.
We're going to get there, Shannon. Don't worry. And it'll be talked about.
Or perhaps she could do fish noises to Kata's dolphin noises. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Can you even hear that fish noise?
Yeah, yes, you can hear that fish noise. Oh, I can. It's in my ear. It's just wrong. That should make you feel like yourself now, Shannon. But as for me reading Pod, no. I did try to reread it last year with the Discord group, and I started and I went no. No. I'm in the lower mitten. Excellent.
We got both mittens here.
And Thomas is also in the lower mitten.
Nice. Oh, there's a lot of mitten people here.
Yeah. Whew, scared me. I thought we were way behind for a sec. No, you're fine. Christine is also in the lower mitten. Well, Thomas too. Alec is in the mid-lower mitten. Oh, my God. What the hell? Oh,
she's
my
in
goodness.
the steam.
Upper lower mitten here. Okay. Mid-low. Oh, my goodness. What is going on? Oh, me too. It's like, oh, my God.
Michigan's a small state. I never knew it had so many areas.
Maybe walk out your door and look to either side. You may be living next door to each other. Oh wow, that is south for me. I'm just below the bride, but it's still a troll. I'm confused. If you're watching, subscribe for more craziness like this.
Bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I thought it might have been a bridge joke.
Yeah. Shannon, I was looking at the books on the Literary Guild, which offers Pod. I'm sure it does, because I'm not the only one that didn't like Pod. Gem of Books did not like Pod, and I'm pretty sure Scott from Gunpowder Plot and Fiction didn't like it either. I could be wrong, but there was a number of us last year that did not like Pod, and this year we're trying to find, like, there was comments on the live stream reaction video that Gem of Books on it with the other two ladies, and they were saying, you know, which do you think is going to be the glory and Pod of the list? And they were trying to speculate, and most people think it's going to be the Blue Beautiful World.
Will be the Pod book.
But it will be the Pod book that no one likes. So yeah. Chris says you could have created the fish ASMR. Between the two. That's so funny. Between the two of you, who spoils their four-legged kids the most? That would be Coda, I'd say.
They're pretty spoiled, dude. Like, you've seen my brown cat. She's a big girl.
Yeah.
She rolls over and I'm like, hi, Jabba, Jabba.
No, I don't necessarily like my cats get what they need. They get the love and attention that they need. Hang on, I'll rephrase that. They get the love and attention that they demand, and occasionally what they need. And yeah, but other than that, I don't spoil them. I don't overfeed them. Yeah, they're loved.
I give them treats and
they get some kangaroo treats every now and again
because they get gravy on tie night.
Oh, okay. So they have their special dinner too. Yeah, I've never been one for spoiling animals. So yeah.
I don't know. Spoil them, but you know.
Yeah, but it depends what your definition of spoil is. So, I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, wait. If you're, I guess maybe I probably do win because I do have stockings, like Christmas stockings for the cats, and they do get.
Yeah, now see, I don't do that, and I don't do costumes because they're animals. They're not humans. And have you seen the looks on their faces when you go on social media and other people do this to their animals? These animals are not impressed with this behavior from us humans.
I don't know what you're talking about. My animals are like, I got gravy from Santa. And there's cat toy full of catnip.
Funny enough, I've only ever had one cat that has gone absolute berserk over catnip. The rest of them just look at it and think, and then look at me with disdain in their eyes. Yeah, like, I'm sorry.
My girl cat doesn't care. Nimbus loves it, like any kind. The girl cat will eat it fresh. Like I have a plant, and she'll eat the fresh nip. Nimbus doesn't care. Fresh, dried, in a toy. You could just sprinkle dried grounds on the floor, and he'll just roll around.
Well, we know what sort of personality Nimbus has got then.
Yeah, very highly addictive personality.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not really one to spoil the animals and what. We do not do Santa stockings. We do not dress our animals up. And that's probably because a lot of our animals have been working animals. So they're outside animals and stuff like that. Like when we were on the farm, we had cats, but they were working cats. So they keep the snakes and the mice away and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So they're, and I know a lot of people are going to hate this comment, but they're expendable. Like we don't get attached to them because they could die at any time because they've, taken on a snake or something like that. So, yeah. So when you grow up that way, that's sort of how you see them. They're there to do a job. And they've saved my kids twice, my cats. The two black cats that I had, I mean, they're long gone now. They were old. They lived out their old age and stuff like that. But my kids were on the trampoline and a couple of snakes come up through the property and basically they were trying to get the snakes away, and my daughter come around the house when we were building it, and there was a brown snake that come out from underneath the house, and the two cats were tagging it in the face to get it away from her. And so that's sort of what our animals have been most of our life. So yeah.
I'm not a snake person.
Ever. Yeah, I don't like. In my opinion, the only good snake is a dead snake.
I mean, rattlesnake is delicious, but I don't like snakes.
Yeah. You should definitely look into Pod. It's a great book. Shannon. You need mittens in Michigan. You never know when you're going to get snow. Dear me. It's all happening here in Michigan and with Pod. A high five from the upper lower mitten invasion of the mittens fully. I'm just a Hufflepuff with a dolphin Patronus looking for my pod.
It's in the mitten. Rachel, it's in the mitten.
Well done. Well done. I like it. I like it. Yay for finishing your book, Courtney. That is awesome. I tried to put a costume on my, I think that's supposed to be cat. My photo would have ended up on the nightly news caption. Died in a freak cat attack. Fully. Our cats demand catnip. Oh, demand, do they?
Nimbus says too, he wants his catnip. He also wants fresh water every time he goes to the bowl. Not just once a day. Every time he goes to the bowl. And if I don't change it, he dumps the water all over the floor.
Oh my goodness. My sister had a Yorkie that she used to dress up in various outfits. This is wrong on so many levels. The dogs and cats of the world do not look happy when humans do this to them. Okay, I'm sorry, but yeah. Our cat begs for her treats, but she knows she has to wait until the sun goes to bed. She gets confused, though, when he stays up late. Yes. And then they start getting very, very temperamental. My cats get a catnip party. Wow. Whole piles of it is on the floor and they roll in it. Plus their favorite treats are Purple Temptation treats for their birthdays and Christmas.
Nice. Yeah, we do Temptations too. I do the mix. It has like catnip and tooth, and it's honestly three mix.
I got 2 pit bulls. They are so loving. Unless I am not home, then they are in protect mode. And on Christmas, I get them their own big ham. That's very nice. That is very nice. I don't know. I once had a mule that was very impressive. Parasol in his bed. Assembled it and made it a rain shelter for him. Like bloody hell, the human made me. That's so funny. And they demand treats. Oh my goodness. We had a dog that loved Santa. If we told her we would tell Santa, she would behave and sit pretty. Aww. Fair enough. That's cute. That's cute. Anyway, he didn't go under it for hours because he just kept staring at it, trying to figure out how I made a tree. Coda, those are special dolphins. On the other hand, my dad had a cat that was in love with him. So when I was a baby, when I babysat so he could go on vacation, she cried and cried. So I gave her catnip to get her stoned and make her be quiet. Fair enough. That's fair enough. I probably would have done the same thing, truth be told.
Yeah. Cat cries are devastating too because they do that like yowling thing where they're like, whoa.
Yeah. That's like Gus on that when I'm trying to film. I have to move him and go and lock him in a room because otherwise he'll follow me. If he's outside, he'll follow me around the house and you can hear him meow. And sometimes when he's meow, he's actually been under my house because my house was off the ground and he's been under the house under my feet. And I'm like, seriously, Gus, shut up. Right. My cat has no interest in catnip. She does like her boxes, so I have boxes around my house with pillows in them, and she has a place of her own to sleep. My black cat, I've got a brown cupboard, like a really dark brown cupboard, and I'm looking everywhere for my black cat one day, and I turned around, and I'm like, she was in here, like I've gone through that. She was inside, and I've gone through the whole house looking for under beds, the whole lot, and then I was standing in the kitchen, and I was standing near this cupboard, and she's like, hit me on the leg, little bitch. She was waiting for me just to stand there so she could slash me. You can't see her because she's entirely black and she just blends in and she had her eyes closed, so you didn't even see her. I'm like, you little shit, get out. But that's her favorite hidey hole. She cried louder with Sheer and Bandon. Yeah, they do get rather attached. However, he became enthralled with watching the fireplace. There you go. My dog is a good boy, but he's very protective. Every day he barks and carries on at the strange human who comes onto the porch and puts stuff in the mailbox. My cats do boxes too. I work in a food pantry, so I bring them cool new boxes every few weeks.
My cats also like boxes.
I think most cats like. Yeah. Gus likes the real big ones because he jumps up on them and then he falls in it when it falls down.
But
and he thinks it's hilarious because then he gets out and he's trying to push it back up, so I've got to stand it back up for him.
Nimbus would always prefer a box or something black because he's white and he sheds a lot, so he wants to lay on whatever his fur is going to cover the most.
Yeah.
Indy's my little perv cat. Her favorite stuff to sleep on is your shoes, your socks, or your dirty underwear.
Yep.
I'm like, you're sicko. But you gotta love her. She's a sweetie.
Yeah. Every time we get a package in the cat comes running, she knows the boxes are all hers. And we have out at night found my cat watching the sprints. I gave my newest farm cat a new box, and she filed a complaint because I didn't put any kind of fluffy sheep wool on just a box. Yeah, that's rude. You need to fill it with stuff. I came out at night. All right, we've got to the end of the comments and all the crazy cat talk and dog talk and whatnot. We will go for another.
What I'm gonna do tomorrow if I don't feel like listening to Spotify while I'm working?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put fucking Bob Ross on in the background.
Bob Ross, isn't he the painter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for fun. They're all free on, I don't remember
YouTube.
They're on YouTube, but they're on one of the streaming platforms too, so I can throw it on the TV. That'll be great background noise for if I don't want to listen to music.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I won't have to pay attention to it, but it'll still be all calm and soothing and happy trees.
All right, are we ready for another sprint?
Yes.
Awesome. This will probably be our last hour. Actually, what's the time now? 2:15. I've got to finish by 4. So we might make this an hour and a half sprint, a 90-minute sprint, and then we'll come back for the chatty bit and wrap up. If that's all right with everybody.
Works for me.
Actually, I'll just make it for 85 minutes. And then that way we've got plenty of time to wrap up because I'll have to bounce straight away. Otherwise, yeah. All right. That's saved. All right. We'll see you in 85 minutes.
Ready.
Well, hello. How did we go?
I got distracted. I had to do some like neck stretching.
Yeah.
My shoulder. So I did that for probably 20 or 30 minutes. Now I've got my heating pad on. So I only read like 10 pages. I also got distracted by Goodreads because they released a bunch more giveaways.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I can't get distracted by that because they don't ship to Australia.
Do they not do the Kindle ones?
Not that I've noticed. The ones that I looked at, they hadn't, so I haven't looked for ages. But Storygraph does giveaways that are open to other countries and stuff like that with Kindle books and whatnot. So yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I enter ones over there. I think I've won one at the beginning of last year. I can't remember the title of it. I'd have to go and have a look. I don't enter many, just because I forget to do it, basically. Yeah. I finished Harry Potter, got up to the top of chapter 29, and put some more drops in my ear. Took some painkillers because it's still pretty sore. But it is getting better. I can actually hear out of it now. It doesn't feel like I've got my finger stuck in my ear and people are talking to me. I can't hear. So yeah, it is getting better. And I was just looking at the writers thing, and Samantha Shannon, who wrote The Priory Tree, The Orange of the Priory Tree, or whatever it's called, Bone Season, and Day of the Fallen Knight, is going to be in Brisbane on May 22nd. Cool. I'm thinking that I might go to that. So yeah, on the May 22nd, she has a couple of, she's doing the Bone Season, which is at 2:30 p.m. And then the Priory of the Orange Tree in conversation with Kim Wilkins at 6:30 p.m. on the same day. So yeah, I'm thinking that I might go and check that out. That'll be interesting. Yeah. I think that'll be interesting. So I've got that open. I'll talk to Savannah about it, see if she wants to do it. So yeah. And I got all my stuff ready to go and head off in 10 minutes to go to the train station and toddle off and get Mia. And I started listening to Ordinary Human Feelings by Megan Nolan. And of course, the missing child is named Mia. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to read this now, but anyway, yeah. So interesting.
What's it called? An ordinary.
I think it's called Ordinary Human Feelings. I think it's Megan Nolan. I probably would have given you the wrong name. Yeah, Megan Nolan. Failings. Sorry, failings, not feelings. Yeah. So yeah, it was the one of the ones on the Women's Prize for Fiction. It's only a 5-hour book. Like, it's not a huge book. It's set in 1990 in London, and basically a child goes missing and then a family is victimized for it. So they're accused of it and whatnot, because they're Irish immigrants. Okay. And bad apples, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. So that actually says that in
the cover's not very dry.
No. Really, and a lot of the time, the Women's Prize for Fiction books, they're so almost neutral. Like, in the scheme of things, like you walk into a bookshop and they're almost a neutral cover, and it's like you couldn't have spiced it up a little bit, make it a little bit more attractive. But literary fiction is like that, though. They tend not to have the sparkly covers and stuff like that. So, which separates them from mainstream popular books and whatnot. So yeah, which I guess from a marketing point of view, people who read a lot of literary fiction know that that's what they look like and that's where they go to find them. So, but Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Let's put it that way. I'm not too sure right now. But I'm only like 2 chapters, so we'll see. It's going to be a short book. It's only got 207 pages, so it should be pretty quick. And I'll get listen to on the way just to pick her up and whatnot. So let me just have a look where we're up to. Ali went off to bed, so probably already gone. Sonia joined us during that sprint. Just wanted to pop in and show some love, hit the like button, and try and read without falling asleep. I had a little nap. I was listening to the book and had to go back a chapter. Wake now. Words have stopped making sense for Jean and has also gone off to bed. Lives of a century-old trickster is some strong stuff. The Korean comfort woman situation was horrific. Yeah, I've heard this is pretty full on. I'm actually really looking forward to reading this one, but I've heard it's pretty full on. Remember that the time changes in North America this weekend. Yep, doesn't affect me anymore. Brittany and I had some trouble there, like who was supposed to move and everything. So it's worked out that Brittany has to move. It wasn't me. I had to move this year because I brought the sprints in earlier, and she was already sprinting on those days. And then we've worked it all out. So in fall, her sprints will move, not mine. Where my times are now, that's where they'll stay in coming weeks. So yeah. Leah is also heading to bed. Thanks for the sprint. See you all. No worries. And Coda was in the comments being a good host. And say good night to everybody. I, however, wasn't in front of me. I had no idea what was going on. I'm off to bed as well. Did not get much reading done as I did my dishes and got ready for bed. Maybe only 20 minutes. It's still some sort of reading, so that's fine. And Neva is still traveling, but only an hour and a half left to travel, which is great. Yeah. And everybody is saying hello to Neva. I was actually just thinking about you going, I wonder where she is. She should be there by now. Good night to Mary as well. I made it to chapter 17, page 225. Read and at 45% done, and thanks for the sprints. No worries, not a problem. Normally we would go a little bit longer, but as I said, I've got to go off and get my granddaughter and get that all sorted and get back here and sort dinner out before she gets all feral because she's super tired, which she will be anyway, and probably will sleep on the train. I'll just put Amari in and she'll go to sleep. So bingo. So yeah. Tracy also joined during that sprint and read 38 pages. That's awesome. Read 144 pages. Now I'm at 44% of Goblet of Fire, making good progress there. That is awesome. I should be doing stretches, but it's too hot. It is very hot at the moment here in Australia. Distraction.
I'm only doing neck stretches. I have not got up or anything. Like,
yeah,
it's not.
Is it? That's a heat pack you've got on?
Yeah, this is just like a microwave heat pack, yep. And the neck stretches that I've been doing is just kind of like you go like this, and then you.
If you grab your arm like this, so whatever side it's on, and roll your shoulders, it'll actually get that muscle that's all down in here that sometimes is the problem. So you grab your wrist and then just move your shoulder blades and just pull on your, like just slightly pull on your wrist, and you should feel it right across the back of your neck. Just pull, don't twist, just pull. Move and sort of move your shoulder blades backwards and forwards, and you should feel a pull. Takes a little while to get it, but yeah.
Okay, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
Meanwhile, Coda's like, over in the corner. All right, we'll just give Coda a moment. Let me just black him out for a second. Rachel says, distraction is my other middle name. Awesome. Did you get some coffee? Got 44% in Other Eden by Paul Harding. This one is really good so far. Another of the Dublin Lit Awards long list. Awesome. Wash the dishes. Finish reading Winter Frost. Sadly, it's only 2-star. That's not good. That's not good, Linz. Not good at all. And continued Act Your Age, Eve Brown, and got through another 40 pages. That's awesome. Yeah, I know, right? Like, as soon as I heard the name and I went, hang on a second, because it was in a strong accent, and I went back and I played it again, and I went back and played it again, and I went, yep, that's me. And then a British narrator come into it and said it clear as a bell. So yeah, so I'm like, great. So yeah, but I sort of that you already know what's happened to her anyway. So this has just gone back a little bit and leading up to the event, I guess. My head is finally starting to feel a little better now, so I figure I'm out of sleep. That is awesome. You're feeling a lot better. Thanks for the sprints, Nicole, and co-hosting Coda. Have a beautiful rest of your day. I hope you sleep well and you wake up all refreshed and no headache. Thanks for the stream. That's okay. Thank you for being here. Don't hate me when you read my story and find out I have a weird mind. That's okay. I'm all for the weird people in the world. That makes the world interesting. Just not creepy weird. I hope.
I write weird shit too, so my horror is not lighthearted.
That's awesome. I've heard from myself, of course, that mushroom coffee. What? Oh, Shannon, you should really reach out to these companies because, like, you are their PR manager for sure.
Seriously, absolutely. Maybe they can give you some samples to send me back.
Yeah, that's it. Because it's far too expensive. Far too expensive. All right, we have got to the end of the comments, and unfortunately today that is the end of the sprints because I do have to go and pick up my granddaughter. I promise it will not be long until we'll be back to normal, regular scheduling, and I won't have to change things and all that sort of stuff. Is this coffee made of special mushrooms? I don't know. I don't know. We're waiting for someone to send a sample, and seeing no one sending a sample, I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably, because it might be illegal to be put through the post. So who knows?
Special, but not that kind of special. It's just
maybe
special because it's called coffee and there's no coffee in it.
Yeah, it just sounds rank, like it really does. Just sounds disgusting. But on that note, why we always end on mushroom coffee sprints, I don't know why. Shannon, you and your mushroom coffee. We are going to say goodbye for today, and we will be back on Sunday, Monday. So be sure to tune in then, and we will see you all then. Happy reading over the weekend, everybody. Hope you get lots of pages turned, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.